Alright. Wait, what? I don't see anything. Teach me to things first. That cute. Sing it. So we this just the this why oh this it dropped just a so let's load up a new drop it. Let's see. Oh, oh. Oh, okay. I edited the wrong one. Oh, right. Well, let's go back here. I saw chat. Hello, Aaron. Oh, this transform. Stretched screen. Should be. Let's get some get player. Excuse me. And it's been I play. We start now. Start with this one. Hopefully, that is that does. Said you are going to be doing some work on Excel and Story of Season. Wanna crack the code and get your animal care skill to 7 in less than a month. Ooh. I hope it doesn't level up the same way that what's its face does, Uncharted Waters Online. If it does, I apologize in advance. Or shout out, sorry. Suppose this would be the stream that I make shoutouts to, huh? Alright, so for those of you who did not read the description, I have a massive project. Alright, so there's a couple of resources that I'll be utilizing for this. Last year I did an audiobook. The audiobook was for a book called Pinocchio. I had fun with that. I had lots of fun with that. But I realized I can kick it up a notch, more than just audio. There's a lot of free programs that I can utilize to make it pop a little bit more. And the more I thought about it, the more I like the idea. But it's the sheer scope of all of it is so daunting. I'm not even kidding. So, programs that I'll be using. The first is this. This is the bread and butter of the entire project. Without it, I got an idea of the things you need focusing on. Mushroom crops to rush money. Fishing to gain income at the start. Always getting new animals when you hey. Animals are just money in the end, I guess. So this is Gutenberg.org is a website that allows people to use, read, whatever. So long as at the end of it, you, if you're using it, it's something like not abide by terms of you must cease using and destroy all copies in your possession if you paid a fee, whatever. Like, none of this matters to most people. What matters is, let's see. Oh, the copyright laws of the place, copyright laws, whatever. If an individual work unprotected by copyright law in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, creating derivative works based on as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. So basically, if I choose to use this and alter it, which loosely, I gotta remove all stuff. Gutenberg is a website that is hosting the original work or the copy that they have that exists in the public domain and allowing everyone to use it as they need. I've talked about this before. The following sentence, with active links to or other immediate access to the full Gutenberg project license, must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work or any work which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg. I cannot speak and I want to do an audiobook. Is associated, accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied, or disputed. This ebook is used for anyone, anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Basically, what I just said is use for anyone, anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost with almost no restrictions whatsoever. I'm done. I'm good. I don't have to care anymore. So this will be the first resource that I use. This is the book that I'll be doing. It is called Treasure Island. Yay! I'm going to be using disclaimer, AI art. I'm going to be using it as little as I possibly can. Hopefully, I don't use it at all. Next thing that I'll be using, Audacity, which is this program. I still have dev stuff there. This program allows me to record audio, whether desktop audio or, which is what it's set for now, or my own audio for my microphone, which see the toolbar. Well, that sucks. This, for me, this setting right here is to capture my desktop audio, and this setting is to capture my microphone. This allows me to record things like my voice. It is also free and public, or it's free, and while it's a bit complicated, there's almost no better program I could think of to record a voice, or to record your own voice and edit it. As far as, hold on, I'll give it a small. I see this. You may have remembered this from, I need this. I mute it from pause. So, see this, and let's turn the desktop audio. Wait, no, you'll be able to just see this anyway, yeah? Hi. Yeah, right here, like right here. Listen to this section right here. Hi. Yeah, you hear that sound, this sound right here. Or is it? Hi. Yeah, this, like right here. Hi. See how that hi is long and drawn out? Hi. What if I were to just delete that? What would it sound like? Hi. Much. But if I were to delete only about that much, now how would it sound? Hi. What if instead of deleting that half, I deleted this half, I highlighted this, I performed a fade out. Hi. See, it sounds better. You could do this with Audacity. And this is another thing that I'll be doing. Any voice actor that I may rope into doing this will very likely be using this, because it is a .org website with a free download that is a just free. It's open source too. So take that as you will. The music, come back, yes. Okay. So this is the next resource that I'll be using. It's Audacity. Yay for Audacity. I've already discussed the other content creators. If I do get voice actors, these are going to be usually friends or other friends or people I know are decent at speaking or something. Likely other content creators. This is a bit of a interesting concept. It's not that I necessarily need help. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the idea of having help on this one. As I was working my brain around this, I thought about, what if, do I really want to voice all the voice actors again? And I thought, remembering all those voices and all the inflections of those voices sucks. And I do mean sucks. So I thought about it, and I'm like, I could do it without much trouble. Well, actually, it would be a lot of trouble, but I could do it. Or I could throw the offer at people, or hand the offer, I should say, and say, if you want to, it's there. And they, in turn, will be a part of the project. Once they see what the project is and get a feel for it, they'll be really excited. So it's just like, yay. More people involved, more everything, rather than just a single project. It's involving the community just sounds like a good idea with something like this. Or involving a community. There are many, many more than just one. Next, Gimp, which is this. This is Gimp. This is a free video editor, photo editor. I'll be utilizing this a lot. I do mean a lot. I just don't know how. But if I have pictures of any kind, I'm going to need to utilize that for things like slightly altering them, or removing the backgrounds, pasting them around everywhere. The list goes on. If you deal with pictures and you put them in works, you need some kind of photo editor, and what better than a free and open source one? Droid Studio. This is a new one to me. This is what I'll be working with the majority of today. Alright. So, for those of you who don't know, this Droid Studio is something like this, okay? We're going to take this only see bits and pieces, so let's adjust the main one. That'll do. That'll do. Alright, so on this is a model. It is already 3D, and in conjunction with the next one that I'll be talking about, which is a VTubing program that allows hand tracking. I haven't figured this one out yet. I know it exists. I've seen it used. I just haven't quite figured out how to make it work. Now, that might sound like, yo, Light, figure this out before you do your project. You'd be right, except I already know it works. I already know how it works and how it interacts with this specific program too. This program and I'll get into what that program is supposed to do. But that program relies on the outputs of this program. This program creates a model that you can detail, paint, and whatever. I fiddled around with this just a bit. Wait, is this? No, this is male. Why do you have outfit? It's at the bottom, isn't it? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. It is at the top. So if I hit custom and I go to create new, I should be able to inner top. Why is it femme? Did I pick femme? Oh, I picked masculine. Strange. Alright, now, so this might look a little weird. However, this allows people to edit a 3D model. For example, just a tiny little thing I saw. Now, I can't contour for crap. This is going to be a hell of a learning experience. I do mean a learning experience. Like, this all just looks like one thing right now. Or one pasted color, if that makes sense. And yet, you can paint on it. As you paint on it, with varying opacities, oh, because I'm not in face. Close without saving. I'm not in the face. Wait, can I not change? Oh, is it up here? Should be able to edit some face sets, eye sets, search more item. I said this is going to be one heck of a learning. Hello, little tiger. Got a stream. Like, this will allow me to change the hair, which will allow me to adjust various aspects of the hair. This is for the body. That's the outfit that they will be wearing. Either all them though. Not that I'm really arguing. But these are all... Well, I guess those aren't. And I'm only saying femme as in female or male as in male because I gotta fit the story as best I can. I'm working on a project, and this program is going to be the biggest problem I have. Inner top, like that's female too. Whatever. Whatever. So let's take this. You see this, right? We can edit the texture of this. And I can actually, well, I can't necessarily change the style, so to speak, of whatever it is I'm editing, because that would require a tremendous amount of modeling. Something like this. Change this. I can do this. Which will make the whole thing black. So as I rotate the model, see the black, see it being black. That darker black is a shadow. Which is a little different, if that makes sense. And then I can also adjust as I need to for, I can repaint, readjust. I see that this is the collar. So if I take this, what is it, Control? No. Control Z? No. Is it Shift? So if I take this and I zoom in, I paint that purple. This gray outline outside of it is not part of the model. Suddenly, you can see on the model, I have purple collar and a white inside. Which, if I make this gray, I think if I do paint this gray, what's this side? Start to see that this kind of has an overall effect on the model. That. I can detail this as I need. Which I can already see on the other side looks ugly. So I'm also seeing that this might also be useful. Now, granted, I'm not keeping this, so I'm not going to spend terribly. You should be able to see the effects on the model itself. Right, I have a shout out for Little Tiger as well. L, L, L. Little Tiger. Let's take this color. Started here. Went to guess it doesn't matter beyond that. these lines in the model are folds. However, again, it only looks gray, which means more texture is needed. This is part of why modeling artists get paid a lot of money to do exactly what I'm doing, because amateurs like me struggle. So how about I change this to 50? What this does. I have... Oh... Not... That also is not quite right. Are you so... Oh, you're gonna do that, huh? I think that might be what I was trying to do. Heck. I'm hitting Control Z to undo. So let's just do this, yeah. Which will allow this to become darker. Because I'm using a different shade, a darker shade of black as opposed to actual black. Was it Alt? Yeah, Alt. However, I think the effect of what I'm trying to do is clear. As bad as it is, I do believe that what I am attempting to do can actually be seen. So, effectively, what this is doing is it is creating a model. This is what's really going to eat up so much of my time, is doing this. Now, what this does, and I do have one animation software. Close without saving. Let's export. Export as VRM. And it should... Face bones. This is also going to be new to me. Export. Sample 1. Lightgazer. Don't care. Okay, I'm understanding. Alright. Export. And let's go... What? Sample 1? I think that's what I call it. Sample 1. Now, I could take this and I can go into... Reinstall this. This is only one. I don't think I'll be using this, but there are others. And what I'm about to do may seem familiar with some of you. And this is part of the reason why hand tracking is going to be very important for me. Wait for the download. For the download. So yes, I will be spending a long time making. Alright, so let's pin this, add to favorites. Just new collect weeping. Novel works. Move this from favorites. There we go. That from the favorites, just clean up. Alright, so thankfully I can run multiple programs at once. Now, animes. I believe Azalea uses VC. That Ultra Leap is one of the things, by the way, that does do the motion traction, hand motion tracking. So don't care. So we import an avatar, which you'll see that it's looking for a VRN model. I just made one of those. No. Well, yes, little tiger, but not quite the way you might think. So it's going to want this. Gotta wait for it to load. All right, so oh, it's okay. So what it is doing is it's tracking not my facial movements right now. It's tracking my voice. So if I were to mute this, which you'll see the red light here go off, you'll notice that the mouth here will not be moving anymore. And the moment I turn it back on, you can see it, although you couldn't hear me anyway. So, another problem that I'm now suddenly running into is I'm not necessarily going to be able to animate, well, show the animation of the story on stream, being mainly because I only have one camera. Well, my computer can only handle one camera. Vivian Breyer. 10 like hype. Your mom's car went down. Yes. Complete own. I'm sorry. That sucks. Hopefully the mechanic that you folks take it into will be able to fix it. How are you this morning? So I'm gonna disable my camera real fast. Let's see, property, activate. And right. Yeah, see how the eyes are suddenly twitching the crap out? I don't think it likes my glasses. That or... Yeah, see, it doesn't. However, I might be able to this. Yeah, it just doesn't like it at all. So it doesn't like that. I mean, I could connect my phone or whatever. And because it's not capturing a camera here, yeah, this is going to take some work with my camera. I might have to readjust my camera to make this work. Essentially, it's going to track the camera and track... Oh, you can't even see. Well, you can't see me moving my hands. All right. Camera. Close. So is this better? Wow, it's tilted my head. It tilted my head. That better? No, I mean, it's... You could see how it's tilted the head. Moving left. Moving right. It's... I think my glasses may be messing with it. Except... Oh, I see. It's completely zoomed in. Hello, Kyle. Yeah, see? See, it's how it's, even though my eyes are very open, it's messed with, the eyes. This is going to require a lot of, not finesse on my part, fiddling. But this doesn't... It's going to make sense. So, if I do this, is it disable? No, if I move this over here, and I could record this, except... Okay. So maybe... Actually, this will work. So if I do this, I'll hit start record on my OBS. Tilt the head to the left. Tilt the head to the right. Ignore the eye strains or whatever. But you clearly see the purple stuff here. Yes? Okay. Stop record. Okay. Now, I could close that abomination. I can property that. Activate that. Oh. Okay. Not quite. Not for the reason you think. Not for the reason you think. I am, but again, not for the reason you think. I take my video editor program. I can blank project, full resolution, and we go into this videos, and we put in the latest one, which will be this. All right. So now I see this. This is what I just did. Now, granted, I won't have the Minecraft blocks either. If I were to crop custom read, edit that, edit this, edit this, toss this up here. Okay. Set the size, set the original size. Now what if I were to take this, Sadie, Azzy, all of them? Yes. This is going to be used differently. Oh, Kyle. This is not for VTubing. Okay? VTubing implies that I'm using a virtual model to do YouTubing. That is not at all what I'm doing. I am using a model to animate to put into a story. And it is not going to exist anywhere else. So, the models themselves need to be detailed to look like what they do in the story. Now, I go into here, I clip here, video effect, transparency, I think it's background. Yeah, you see how suddenly, like, all that green went away? Like, it's moving. Yet the green, that background green, is completely gone. Like, completely and absolutely gone. And you see how the face is moving? Like, despite the eye being weird, whatever. That's just me needing to adjust the camera. When I actually go to do this, I'll have hand motion tracking, and the camera is going to be much, not necessarily better, because this is a really good camera. Don't get me wrong, it's not one of the best, but let's just say Azzy's camera, Sadie's camera, I think even Iceberg Mike's camera, the camera I have is better than that. The only reason I'm having any trouble at all might be because either my lighting or where the camera's pointed or any of the other things. However, back to this. You see how the lips are moving here? how the lips are moving and the head is tilting left and right. Combine that with some hand motion tracking, all right? Like this or this, okay? Not just face, but like actual tracking, pointing. Like I'm pointing at the camera and it can point too. It'll be a little clunky, sure, but it'll still be there. If I combine that software with a model that matches, say like Kyle, let me put it to you this way. If I were to make a model that looked similar to you, and I were to mimic a voice I've never done before and put it into a video, people might actually think it's you. Not saying I'm using you. I'm only using that as an example. If I were to do it with Azalea, people would think it's Azalea. Granted, I'd have to mimic her voice, which is hard for me to do. Or I could do one for Snap Click Cat. I could do one for a lot of different people. But I'm not going to do one for people. I don't care about that. What I care is this. Like, if I were to say this, okay? This one. Loading into his sea chest following behind him. That's not a script of him. A tall. So I'm looking at someone who's like 6'2" or something like that. Heavy, or tall, strong. So now he's muscular. Heavy. So he now has a belly. Nut brown man. What color is nut brown? What color is nut brown? Image. So he looks like this. He's going to look something like that color here. So like 6'2", 6'3", with muscles, or with nice muscles, and a belly that sticks out here. Who looks that color of brown. His terry pigtail, so whatever a terry pigtail, he's going to have a terry pigtail falling over his shoulder. And he's going to have a soiled blue coat. So he's going to have a blue coat that looks dirty. His hands ragged and scarred, so his hands are going to look like not necessarily deformed, but like older with lots of scars on them. Black broken nails, so his nails are going to be broken and uneven as well. And he's going to have a saber cut, so a cut along one of his cheeks. And so the nut brown is going to be covering his face, but this cut is going to be white. It's going to be a dirty white, so not like clean white like this, but it's going to look white, if that makes sense. Dirty, livid white. So however I do that, I remember him looking around the cove and whistling to himself. Okay, so that's that. This is what I need. This is all I have to work with. A tall, strong, heavy, nut brown man. So he's not, his skin tone is nut brown. He's heavy, so he's going to be fat. Strong, so he's going to have muscles and fat. Tall, so he's going to be 6'2" at the very least. He's going to have a terry pigtail, however I'm going to do that. He's going to have a blue coat that looks dirty or soiled, so there's going to be dirt or stains all over it. His hands are going to look deformed, scarred, deformed, not deformed, but old. and they're going to have scars on them. So I have to make a model that that when I describe this, it will look like the model, which is where this comes in. This will actually look very similar to what I'm describing. So with whatever I read here, I will need to create a model depicting exactly that. So when the reader or listener hears it, they will see the model and think, oh, okay. It actually looks like that. Okay, I get that. I actually get that. And then if that model is animated, which I can utilize or do through VC Face or Animes or whatever VTubing program I want, with a background behind me, with motion tracking, I could say he stares at me, or he stared at me, or he stopped what he was doing. He turned with one eye, with his head tilted to the side, with one eye wide, silently stared at me. I've never been so afraid in my life. And the VTuber program would actually have him looking something like this. Turn, stop, tilt the head to one side, turn, the eye open wide, and just look like this. And the when I take that, and I put it into the story, it will look cleaner. The people will actually see not me doing, but that captain of the pirate, this person right here. They'll see this person exactly that, as much as the VTuber allows. So that is going to be a massive bulk of everything. Thankfully, VTube tracking is not hard. Once the model is made, life becomes easier. Now, the thing about the hand tracking is something I need, because if it says points, the thing about hand tracking is a lot of people will think, oh, hey, hand tracking can do all this stuff and it makes life a little bit better and whatever, which it does for VTubing purposes. But for storytelling, specifically storytelling, it creates a stronger response. It gives you something that you can grasp. It allows me to do things like point at the camera, or point to the side, turn to the camera, get him. Stuff like that. Okay? And through that, even if it's clunky, it will allow the user to connect with the model just a little bit more, and not necessarily an upsell, if that makes sense, but that connection deepens their bond with the model, which because of all the work I'll be doing for the models, is going to be absolutely incredible. Now, on top of this, I'm back. Me?
Je peux vous le rendre, Seigneur, Seigneur, car avec les soldats, oui, les toreros peuvent s'entendre. Pour plaisir, ils ont les combats. Le cirque est plein ce jour de fête, le cirque est plein d'automate. Le spectateur est dans la tête, le spectateur c'est un pélo à fracasse. Apostrophe, tu sais ta page, pour c'est jusqu'à ce l'empereur, car c'est la fête du courage, c'est la fête des gens de guerre. Allons, en garde, allons, allons, toréador, en garde, toréador, toréador. Et songe bien, oui, songe combattant, que le noir te regarde, et que la mort t'attend, toréador, l'amour t'attend. On fait silence, à quoi se passe-t-il? Le taureau s'élance en bandissant auditorie. Il s'élance, il entre frappe, en chevelure, entraînant en pique d'or. Ah, bravo taureau! C'est un terme maintenant. Allons, en garde, allons, allons, toréador, en garde, toréador, toréador. Et songe bien, oui, songe combattant, que le noir te regarde.
Very sorry. Gentlemen.
Et que l'amour t'attend, l'amour t'attend. Toréador, toréador.
Alright. Of course I catch the tail end. Alright. So my stomach went bad, sorry. It might go bad again. I apologize in advance. So, with this, I was talking about the connection of the V2 model with this. This is not the only connection that there will be. Additionally, there's going to be this website. Hello, cat. Welcome to you. So, this is a resource that I once upon a time found years ago that I never really worked with. I thought about doing it, and I just never did anything with this resource. This is also a free. I remember now exactly what this, I remembered a few weeks ago about this resource for one reason or another. As you can see here, like this is a walking app. Can't necessarily see this, but if he was holding a sword, you'd actually be able to understand more. Just standing there, moving, breathing, more or less. Climbing, but you can only ever see that from the back. Running in place. If I had a movement track on this, I could actually move this across any video editor, or any video. Now, body color. Let's show. I just want to see. Ah, no body. Ah. All right, so male, it's muscular. It was said it was not. So oh, that'll work. All right, so wounds. This allow me to. All right. It's my project, or it's part of my project to make an audiobook this into something more. But to do that is going to require a lot of animation and a lot of work on my end. Kyle, do you know anything about Monster Matt? I haven't heard from him in a long time. Alright, continuing. Moon's mouth. Looking for where that would actually matter. Doesn't seem to. However, the good thing about these is these are all PNGs. I can alter them. I'm doing alright. I don't need prosthetics. There's no special for that, huh? Head. So the scar on the cheek is something I would have to draw on, but it's not terribly too hard. I would just... This is part of where the Gimp editor would actually come into play. Is that a scar? A white scar? Vivid white. So maybe about this. You can see that that's already smaller than the eye. I could take this. Take this. Take this. Copy that. And started just below his eye, yeah? Just below his eye. Just below his eye. Yes, I'd kind of have to do this for everyone. Just below his eye. So whatever the program would allow me to will make my life easier because it'll add the edit to each one of these sprites. However, this one, see how the eye is slightly off-centered? So, harder to beat that. I'll merge that down. There we go. Same thing. The new layer, because the head is tilting more to a side, the scar would go away more. That down. That would be it. Now you see there's a scar on the cheek. On each one of these, there is a scar, a vivid white scar on the cheek that you can actively see on each one of those things. And that's kind of what I would do for all of this to help signify that is the character, so the person could connect with it. This is only one of the steps. One of the steps that I need to do. Oh my. I'm excited to do this project. I am I'm daunted, overwhelmed, and downright terrified at the sheer size of it. This is a project that's going to take a very long time, and I've already spent an hour and a half explaining it. I'm done with that. It's astounding. Did you get your account back? Now, anyways, that's just one set of animation. I would put put that scar, whatever, more vividly on this cheek here because you see it from this. It would be more prominent, more interesting. Switch over to a game soon. I don't know. However, see the scar as depicted in this, a tall, which I can't really give tall here. Strong. Oh, he's clearly muscular. Heavy. I can't very well do heavy with this. Nut brown man. It looks about the color of a nut, don't you think? Ish. His tarry pigtail falling over the shoulder of his soiled blue coat will be added. His hands ragged and scarred. I could go. Alright. So, I don't know. I might be able to adjust the sprites for each one, but it's a one and done kind of deal. Like, once I make the, use the resource to create the sprite, and then edit the sprite sheet itself, I won't have to do it. So, Barry Pigtail falling over the shoulder of his soiled blue coat. So I have to make a blue coat and then adjust it so it looks soiled and kind of similar for any and all of the animations I would need. And the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white. That's what this is. So, dirty, livid white across the cheek. It looks okay. And this is what I would do to create the characters throughout the entire story is what is it? Read story, create images based on this. Some characters are major, some characters are minor. Like, for example, then he rapped on the door with a bit of a stick like a handspike that he carried. And when my father appeared, this character is minor. He like the father is important to the main character, but not important to the story. So I won't be creating a VTuber program for him because that would be all right. Anyways, let's see what else I could do. Body color, shadow. I don't need. Muscular. Wow. Oh, that's more running, but that looks so. Anyway. Continuing. So that's just the body color. Was there more I could do? Special? There is no special. Wounds? It's not going to show a mouth wound. I already showed. But if it showed a brain wound, see? Now it looks like a zombie, but I don't want that. But like, I'll click this, and it adds it to every sprite. Like each and every single one of the sprites, which is useful. And yet, this is more of a zombie than anything. Huh? Yeah, that's more of a zombie than anything. Okay. So a lot of that, thankfully, since I'm working with humans, I don't have to worry about a lot of that. This is more for a fantasy thing, but it works for what I need it to do. Hair. So he didn't have a mustache. Heads. No plump. Not quite. No gaunt. Yeah, you see how, like, there's a lot of things. Pig, sheep, minotaur, whatever. Yeah, this is more for a fantasy build for, like, RPG or something like that. As opposed to, oh, say, what I'm doing. It'll work for what I'm doing. Like, the selection that I have here is rather limited. But it'll work. It'll work. It'll work. And nothing a little shading here can't. Like, once I get the PNG for this, I can actually just take the PNGs and reshade them as I need to add more color. If I need. That's a very involved process, but whatever. Once you start doing it over and over and over again, it gets far more involved. But again, once the character is made, I won't make it for the entire story. So it's a one and done type. Same with the V program. it said so don't need wrinkles, don't need eyebrows. Worry about eyebrows and all about clothes first. Clothes first. Wait, shouldn't you have clothes? This is gonna be well if I don't body type. Head, ears, no. That's all hair. That is all the hair. Armor. Oh, that's arms. Okay. Torso. RPG. This is gonna be. Or is it just because of the body type? Might be. So it being muscular means I don't have access to these. If I go back to muscular, those should all just vanish. Yep. Yeah. Alright, so that might a bit what I could do. Oh. And it's more of a limitation on how this resource was built. The resource was built using basically a combination of every model that a certain program had with every color. It took every model, combined it with every color, combined it with every accessory, and put them in a massive index that people could use. It looks male. Or that looks female. Looks also female. That. A pigtail falling over the shoulder of his soiled. So, Terry Pigtail. of course, one of the very top things I see is for Treasure Island. Of course. Sailors of the period commonly treated their braided hair with the same tar they used to waterproof ropes and sail. So, brown? The brown would stain their hair. Ish. And it wouldn't necessarily be... Okay, so I'm looking for something that's not... That's sort of braided, so it'd keep it out of the way. But not necessarily long. Dark brown and black would be... That looks a lot more feminine. Well, that sucks. Whatever. That doesn't look like it's slinging over the shoulder, does it? Not at all. No. That don't look right. No. That don't. Okay. So. Wow. That'll work. No. Right bird. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, Edgeworth. Oh, and those are just colors. That might. Very long. I don't need. Neck accessory. So. Okay, so that. Extension. So that. That remove that button hair extension. Oh, and those are big. It's not. That actually doesn't look necessary. I could alter the clothes to look a However, those are long sleeve. Totally what? Colored form sleeve. What? You have white? That sucks. That'd have to be something I would adjust. Oh, Joey. Looks... The hell are... hell are the difference between pantaloons and... Oh, frill at the bottom. It's using aspects of a game. So, no, but there's a ... after. It's not a game, but games themselves, like RPG Maker and stuff, they use these things called sprites. Sprites are the basis of all animation, and unless you use pictures, I don't recommend using pictures. Want pictures? Go see how long it took to make Cinderella. That was a pain. But with sprites, you can create animations. Example, just gonna scroll. There is a specific... Yeah, here. So you see these sprites right here. These images right here. Just this one set right here, yeah? Okay. Scroll up. See this? That's the walking end. That is... what you're seeing here is a combination of these set of sprite or images right here. This, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then back to 1. At about the same frequency. So like 0.1 or 0.2, 0.3 seconds each. And as it moves, or as each one goes from 0.3 to 0.3 to 0.3 for each one of these, it changes to the next image, and the result is walking. It looks like it's walking. So because of that, because that's how sprites and sprite sheets work, I'm able to utilize that for animation purposes. So I can take that same walking or lifting or whatever I want the animation to do, or whatever I want the character to do, I can reference this specific sheet. Hello. No. Well, wait. You might have to explain what a frame is, or what you think of in this context. In this context, you might have to tell me what you think a frame is. It might be, it might not be, depending on what it is you're telling me. Okay. So, let me... Let's take this. Screen. Hello, Camdog. Alt Shift B. Set this. So we'll take these. Control C, Control Shift B, and we export. Like it. Tells. Island. Well, so the problem with sprites is, sprites and sprite sheets are one of those cool to have, it looks real neat. They are completely useless unless you have a... So let's... that. Stream. Did I put this here? Same. I did. Alright. Now, if I take this, a frame references a moment of time, a very specific moment of time. The term, like, when you play video games, 60 FPS is actually 60 frames per second. So for every, which mathematically translates to, for every 1 second, there are 60 frames. So changing that to from 60 to 50, because 50 is a much easier number to work with 60. Every 1 second, there'll be 50 frames, thus 50 frames per second. Or we'll just work with 100. 100 FPS, so 100 frames every second. So for every second, there will be 100 frames, literally. Which means every 0.1 second, there are 10 frames, which means there will be 1 frame every 0.1 or 0.01 seconds, which is phenomenally fast. Your human eye can usually not keep up with 100 frames per second. Think you can, can't really. Now, why this matters is, take this, crop, custom, and we'll hit, actually, this as the marker. As the marker. We'll make this, what? Just 5 frame. We'll delete that. Copy. Crop, custom region. And it looked there. I'm sure there's a way by any chance translating this. You want a sprite sheet of your character. No. And I'm not trying to be mean about that one, Cam. I'm saying if you want an 8-bit sprite animation or 8-bit sprites for your character, you need a reason to have those. Because to create one in the likeness of your image, your camdog image, that's a lot of work to spend on something that is not going to exist. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you an example of what I mean. Super Mario World, right? So, this is the sprite sheets, the various sprite sheets for Super Mario World, a game on the Super Nintendo. Okay? Let's go and click Mario. Sprites for Mario. One of these. Every single one is used. All of these. Every single one is used. Somewhere in the game, sometimes multiple times in the game. Now, create this. Zooming in. You have to go through and detail each and look at each image to create it, or go through each image, each animation, each part of what you want to do. In your case, you would probably want an idle, which is just standing still, which, let's see if I can't find it. Here we go. Oh no, that's holding idle. Thankfully, Mario doesn't move idle. Like, when he's standing still, he's just standing still. However, in nowadays, idle means standing. Nowadays, standing still for idle does not help have movement. Like, and just right there, you have multiple points for the idle animation. You have this. This is another. This is a third. This is a fourth. This is a fifth. Fourth, third, second, first. Each one needs to be drawn. So all 5 needs to be drawn, and then that's not just the idle animation, but you also would want something like a walking animation. So you want one move that way, and in almost every respect or every animation, you just flip it so that if you're going this way, you're also going this way. But you need one going away from camera, or in most cases, if 2D animation, away from the camera is up, or going towards the camera, which is down, or standing still, whatever. In either case, it's you need all of those. So you combine those 5 that I just said with an animation for walking left, by proxy right, as well as walking away, walking towards you, and anything else that you want. For example, just looking here, see 3. Super Mario World only has 3 walking. 3 animations for walking. this one, then this, then this. And then it cycles either 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, or it goes 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2. Does something like that. Running. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Or is it just 1, 2? The differences between these two. I'm about to find out. There is literally no difference between them, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Because the 3 is the different, or sorry, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 3, 1, 3, or 1, 3, 3, 3, 3. It goes with 3. And then it goes 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2. So this one only has 2 animation. In today's world, you do not get away with it. You want something to look better, you have more. And each one needs to be drawn. So, while all of that can be done, CamDog, and I do mean it can be done. Question is, why? You're now talking hours of work. For what purpose? Like, for a GIF that you can put on a screen? No? I don't want to spend all that work just to create a GIF. Like, that doesn't sound like the greatest. I mean, there are people who will, and there are people closer to you who would very quickly do that. It's a lot of work. Like, you could spend that for a ray transition, because the ray transition or the scene transition is going to be used all the time. Every single time you do a stream, it's going to be used, and it's going to be like worthwhile to use. Like, it's actually going to enhance the stream. Whereas something like, how about, let's see. I had some. Is that? That's a. That's a 1 second. It's not it. It's something. That's it. Screen. It's my. Screen. Is that it? Not you. Well, that's again the 1 second. Something. I swear, if it's in my fault, might be in. Like, yeah, here. Like this. I were to make this. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Mario Day? Don't tell me I lost it. Christmas collab. Not gonna. So, I guess. So. So, this is essentially the same thing. I could make this. This is a lot of work to just spin around and have a GIF of Mario spinning in place, slowly rotating to the point where he sort of fades out but sort of doesn't. And that's only 1/4 of the entire animation. There's actually 3 more quarters. What would I do with that? That would be a throw it in the stream. Oh, hey, that's cool. I guess for all but 5 minutes. It's like the level of work for the results just. Now, that's the thing, Camdog. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying why. Making a 2D image for your friend is fine. But making an 8-bit sprite only works if you're going to animate it. That is the only reason you'd even have a sprite sheet, is to animate. In your case, Camdog, don't make a sprite sheet. They're cool and all, but they would not, like, at all help anyone unless they actually need a sprite sheet. They're one of those cool to have, but they do nothing. Instead, you make something like instead. Oh. See, V. You make something like this. Have that, or this, or that. Give it a background, whatever. Those would be what you would want to do. This is more pixel art than it. Those are going to be far more useful to your friends. And it would teach you a lot more about how to draw pixel art. Whereas sprite work, making 8-bit sprites, that's animation. That is a entirely different thing that is one of those cool things to do. But if you've seen my previous streams, I spend hundreds of hours on a single animation, not making progress at all. Look at this stream. I've already 2 hours in and I haven't done anything. Yeah, where do you think it came from? Well, PFP for Lightning. It was originally this one. I had thought about putting it in a border here, which looked kind of cool. I thought about putting it in that kind of border, but the flowers were a little much. So we ended up sticking with this. and then I made it bigger and added a starry background. There was several other backgrounds that I thought about, but this is ultimately the one we settled with, which worked, actually. However, it's like, this is a lot. This already is a lot of work, but this is far more worthwhile to your friends because they'll appreciate this so much more because they can actually use. My mic is too low. What do you mean my mic is too low? Unless I'm talking low. It shouldn't be that low. Although the filter doesn't necessarily need to be where it is for or the noise gate doesn't necessarily need to be where it is for the should be right around there, I would think. Alright, Camdog, let me ask you this. What are you trying to do? So the thing is, Sadie, when I'm speaking, like right now, my bars, let's see. Yeah, these are my bars right here. Like right now, my media player is really low. I could hear it clearly. You guys should only just barely hear it. My voice is in the red. If I go any higher, it'll start peaking and cutting out and sounding real distorted. I don't know necessarily what more I can do to turn it up. So Camdog, what are you trying to do? You are trying... You don't have to pay someone for art, necessarily. You can make it yourself, or you can pay others to make it. However, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to make something that your friends enjoy? You have to think about what it is they want, what it is they need. What are you going to do to make their lives better? Like making them a picture. Oh, I don't doubt you at all, Sadie. Not in any way, shape, or form. If you say I'm too quiet, then I very well could be too quiet. It's just, I see it. I see me speaking normally, and it's going in yellow and red. I don't, and literally everything else is quieter than it. I honestly don't know what more I can do. Like, I could turn it up, but then it's going to start peaking. And if it starts peaking, this song's too quiet. Next. Like, the music for me, my headset is louder. But for you guys, it should be quieter.
Sadie Gamer Mom.
Like those animations you just saw, believe it or not, are just one picture. 1 or 2 pictures. And those pictures already existed. What you're going to want, CamDog, is a lot of work. If you want to create something throwing a ball, or throwing, let's see, you have I saw you posted kimchi fried, some kimchi stuff yesterday. Awesome. Alright, so in this case, CamDog, you need to learn how to create sprite work. I can only teach you so little. To create sprite work, and what you're going to want to do is you are going to want to make find a way to create the 2D sprite models. You can sketch and use a base of something from Final Fantasy, the old Final Fantasies, or you can create your own. There are many, many different tutorials on that. But you're talking out, how to put this in terms. Alright, CamDog, I will show you. Just so that you can understand what it is you're actually asking, okay? What was it? Lightgazer? No, it was clay flower. Okay. Creating this. That's Azalea moving 2 different spots. Standing still in an idle, or walking forward, walking back, walking to the left, walking to the right. And yes, I drew these differently. And victory pose. That's not the only one. You also have something like cat. Like snap, click cat. I had to draw each one. Or frog enough. Yeah, this was when he was frog enough. Something like this. Oh no, these are not that good. But all of these used this as a base. Okay? This is Cain. This is directly from Final Fantasy. I'll move this up. And you see how the things like the eyes are the same. Eyebrows are a little different. The portrait's the portrait. It doesn't matter. But like the feet are where they are, the feet like here. How it looks the similar. How the eyes and the mask look similar. The hands, same thing. What I did was I took the existing Cain Highwind sprites from Final Fantasy IV and I altered them to make them look similar to the other person. Except each one of these took an hour to do. Because I needed to get details right, CamDog. Further, these sprites do nothing without the animation. Alright? If you want to animate them, you need the sprite sheet. You need to create the sprite sheet, and then the sprite sheet needs to be used. Alright, that's the basis of animation. You take a picture, or a series of pictures, and you move them around. like here. You see this moving like this. Yes, that's a normal thing. I need to find the other one. I need to find the actual animation so I can show you a lot more. Gotta be somewhere here. Lightning, 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 lightning. I do a lot of work for lightning. That's the RPG transition test. Transitions. That's the 100 jump hit. Final Fantasy 1, 10. Raid screen. It's not in Pokemon, not in YouTube membership badges. Lightning. SMM2? No. Transition? No. Luigi's Mansion? No. Oh, Chet? No. Raid screen? No, that's from years ago. Shorts edits? 11, 314. No, it's not here. Yat rhythm. Is it in Yad? No. So, is it not in Lightning? Is it in Mario Day? This is gonna bug me. Castle, no. OBS, Shorts Edit, Tales of Lightgazer, YouTube problems. Die, Dev, Die, Mario Spin. This is what I just loaded, wasn't it? Yeah, it's not there. So where is it? Where the devil is it? Aw. I may have lost it. Whatever. Alright. Anyway, so with this. Alright. So a lot of these have transparencies. This is, for me, is a transparency, and this is cropped to a border, or to a very specific window. That's perspective, which allows me to alter it, and alter it to varying degrees. So instead of seeing it from here, this angle, you see the image from this angle, which appears different, but there's a lot of pictures here. And the end result is a lot of... It's the same Mario image, like 20 different times. In fact, if you look real close, you could see that there are lines here. Like the various Mario things. When you go to animate, you're going to have to do this. And this doesn't have them alternating. Like I would with, oh, I know what I can use. Where is Azalea? Azalea. Birthday, 789K special. Was it you? I have to find the one. So... this is the animation I did for Azalea's 789K special. This utilized her first animation, which was her, what was it? 5 or 6K, I think it was. And I had it end here. I actually had to create a Mario sprite for this I created a new, or I took Azalea Sprite. I created a new one. I took the Yoshi and the goalposts. I aligned them for this one section of the video. And then I put this here. I actually made the screen flash white with sound effects that it was supposed to do. I had this come down at a certain rate, at a very slow rate. This propeller needed to be actually seen as well. And the result should be this. It's real laggy because the editor doesn't like seeing it. Those red lines are there showing an error. This is what Wang Sum's animation was. But even here, I could tell you. Like here, I have my screen shaking to show that there is an error going on because 6 appeared in this cloud card and it's not supposed to be 6. It's supposed to be 7, 8, 9K. Wang Sim did this for the 6K. And there's a big error with this showing. This is his animation that he did. Like he has his, he drew a Squirtle. And you'll see that it's actually the same image, so to speak. But it's being rotated like this. Until it actually does change, which is right here. It's not at all rotated. That's a new image. So right now I'm seeing 2 different Squirtles. This background is just a background. It's not necessarily part of this. So it's like you have the background here, you have the image here. This is a third image because this doesn't, wait, does this exist? Maybe? No, because the hand is raised to about where the eye is. And that hand is not here. So now you have 3 images. So this was drawn 3 times. 4, because the eyes are different. And the hand is in the different spot. And the shell is now actually above his head. So this is clearly a 4. Because you can sort of get away with creating new images, which saves you a lot of work, by altering the perspective or the angle of whatever the original sprite was. That's why in Mario World, most sprites only have 2 or 3 images in their entire sequence, but they're looped, so they appear that they're constantly different. So now we're at 4. 5, but this could also be just the arms being a different, their own images moved up like this, and the head moved down. So different images in the picture to be moved down and up. So it could very well be different. Same thing. So when it's ever so slight like that, it could be different. This one's clearly a 5. Still could be a 5. The mouth is moved, so sort of a 6. And it just keeps doing this. Like, that simulates animation. But at the same time, like, there's 1, sort of. 2. You see where the water is here. That white. Now it's here. 3. 4. But there was the water here too. Yeah. You see how it sort of repeats? It gives the semblance that something is happening even though it's repeating. And the end result is what appears to be movement. Whereas this is all just one single Pikachu movement. Like, it never moved, yet it appears to be animated. Now, in your case, Camdog, the reason I'm showing you all of this is what you're asking is for a person to throw a ball, which if you're only using one image, it's going to be painful. So you're going to need a lot of images, which is probably going to be hours of work. And you'll need to do it for person. The ball animation could be the same, but it's going to be each person. Like, you've seen me make my shoutouts. When I make my shoutouts for various peoples, I do have to create that base image. That base image does need to be detailed in such a manner so that it showcases each person. Otherwise, you get back to a repeat like this, except now it has somewhere here 7. And it actually shows various, like I put in a hammer here. He throws the hammer at the Yoshi, which then immediately got smaller. But you see that the Yoshi only has a few actual movement animations. Like, this leg never actually comes forward. It only goes stand still, then back to back, like behind him, and then straight up and down. And same with the hand. The hand only moves forward, forward, forward. And now I had this same animation. I just turned the face upside down so it looks sad. And then I have all of this is more or less what you will need to be doing for your ball throwing animation. And that's where I'm getting at, Camdog. Animation it's easy because you're just layering picture on picture on picture and having them move around. Like here, I have this sprite move from here, arc across here. So it's just an arc like this, but it's the same picture until it turns around here, until it gets to the peak of the arc, which it immediately turns around, and then it repeats the arc, and then I have little fireballs. This all takes time. Lots and lots and lots of time. In your case, you would need to, because I can already see what you want to do. You want to create a sprite, an original sprite, or in your case, pixel art. So you'll need to learn how to do pixel art to create it in the format that will work for you. Then you will take that pixel art and insert it into the a program that utilizes various things from that image or from that pixel art to simulate, not necessarily simulate animation, but needs those images. Then you reference those images and start building an animation based on those images. And then you can alter the images as you need, which will fundamentally change the entirety of the animation. In this case, I will throw up here. This is the Broforce animation I have for Poetry Falcon. Okay. Let me just scroll it up to here so you can see pretty much everything. Okay. This is a sound clip. This is built into the animation. So is this. This first one, sound, and this third sound are built in. This second sound is a reference. And the reference is... Where is it? Reference is this. It references exactly whatever this file is as an exported. So I'll export this and it wants to call for this file. That's just for the sound. This box, this box, this box. So that top one, that purple background, all of that's the same. What is this faded reminder text? Okay, so this is the faded reminder. So this is the that faint background here. So that's one. This PFP that you can only just half see here. The shadow, which I'll get to in a sec. This portrait, which is right here, which is Poetry Falcon, which is the same Poetry Falcon, but it's fuzzied and it's behind it. So you see Poe here and you see a fuzzy background here. And this, which is the same thing as Poe, but kind of black, or kind of black. So it appears as a shadow. That's a third. So this one picture is referenced 3 times. Then I have the yellow one, which is what I called the slogan. Joins the stream is a picture that's separate from the photo. And the name, which is also connected to the photo. All of those things directly reference this. Which for Poe, P, where is P? J, L, M, P, 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 E, P, L, P, Poetry Falcon, right here. Which filled in for the blank. Okay, it references everything in this picture. I'm sure you've seen me make this before for other people. However, it references it. Everything in here is something that this built or called for. But I had to build this. All right. I had to build this with a picture in mind, and I altered both of them as I built the animation. I needed to adjust the picture. As I adjusted the picture, I needed to adjust the animation as well. Like, this name is referenced. This is also referenced. Like, this is right here. What you're going to do is you're going to create a sprite sheet that does sort of the same thing. And it will need multiple pictures of whatever person you want to throw as a ball. Okay? In this case, you to start with. But then you will need to remake the picture each and every single time while creating a different ball or something for that person. But it needs to be detailed for that person, or it's not going to make sense. And the more detail you put into it, the more it's going to stand out and look special. Whereas the less detailed, the less special it's going to be. And the more, oh yeah, I guess that's cute. Hey, you included me. Okay, that's cute for all but 5 minutes. So it's like, that's a lot of work. And when I say a lot of work, I do mean a lot of work. Because you'll have to do it time. And there is no one else who can do it either, CamDog. Because here's the thing. Those animations, where are those animations going to be seen? Because when I go and look into shoutouts, these 0 videos, that Poetry Falcon Broforce, these are not small files. You're going to be sending them. Are you going to be sending these animations to various peoples? Or are you going to utilize them for yourself? If you're going to utilize them yourself, you need to be able to reference them very quickly. Or you need to build the animations so that they can come in. I also need... I'll get back to that in a sec. I know what I need. So, what you need to do, CamDog, before you, because I know what you want. You want to create an animation so that you can use for your friends, to make your friends happy. I get that. But you need to follow the proper steps or you're not going to actually be able to do any of this. Your first bit is you need to understand what animation is, how it works, and how to create animations. An animation typically references not just 1 or 2, but like dozens of pictures. And in referencing those pictures, you need to learn how those pictures move and interact, not necessarily interact, but appear to interact with the other elements of the animation. In other words, if you want to make an animation, you need to learn how to animate. So, my suggestion is instead of trying to create an animation and start from scratch, you take this. Take something from something you know, which would be Super Mario World, which you could then put into an editor and use this. Use the resources that are readily available to you, which are like here, and try to make an animation using Mario. And the reason I say this is you've played Super Mario World before. You know how it's supposed to look. When you go to animate, or you go to arrange your pictures, or arrange your animations using the various programs, you will learn what it is, or what the process involved is going to do. And then you can create from that other pictures to help simulate your, other things that you want. So you've got to learn how to do the animation first. Then you need to learn how to do sprite work. Because learning how to do sprite work before you do the animation is why. Sprite work's tailored to the animation style that you're trying to do. Hello, Michael W. How are you? Now, once you learn how to animate and use the animations therein, once you learn how to animate and use a default sprite sheet that's already given to you to create the animation, not just standing in place, but how to move it around and how to actually animate it, then you'll understand the process involved, so you can tune, or so that you can tune and tweak the animation that you want to create for your friends. In your case, you will want to create a ball, or someone either picking up and dribbling a ball and throwing it, probably so someone else can catch it, which will involve an animation that catches a ball from someone else, an animation that turns, or an animation that turns, an animation that potentially dribbles a ball, and an animation that throws, which in all honesty is a catching animation, just reversed. So instead of taking the ball, like a throw is you have the ball, reach up, throw it like this, because you're still holding it here, and you throw it like this. With the catch, it's the exact opposite. It comes into contact with you here, and you hold it, and it's like you've caught it. Dribble, turn around, throw, the other person stands here, catch, dribble, throw, turn around, throw, next person, catch, dribble, turn around, throw, catch. You don't want to learn how to draw the sprites. You want to learn the process for the animation, because you have to understand, CamDog, you have the order in reverse. The animation needs the sprite. What are the sprites for? Why do the images exist? The images exist for the animation, which means the animation needs the images, which means the images have to fit what the animation is going to call for. So the animation is the critical point. Whatever the animation is going to want to do is what the pictures, the sprites, are going to need. You're also going to be spending hours building the animation. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to let you know that this is going to be a lot of work. I do mean a lot of work. So you will need to learn how to animate. Because since the animations can only exist on your computer, because that's the only place they're going to do anyone any good is on your computer, you will need to learn how to build the animations yourself. You will also need to learn how to build the sprites yourself. Because since you are the only one who knows what the animations are, you are the only person who can make the sprites tailored to the animations. Unless you have someone else do it, but now you're suddenly asking for someone else to spend hours and hours and hours of work, which isn't necessarily fair. Because asking someone to spend hours and hours of work on your behalf when they could be playing a game or doing something with their own life, that's the whole concept of pay. Like once you start talking hours of work, that starts talking pay. So unless you want to pay them, asking someone to do it is rather unfair. Because that's a lot of work to have them both build the animation, which is the skill set no one has, as well as build sprite work, which again, most people do not have, and then combine them for your benefit, and then do it multiple times. So if someone else does that, you should be paying them. If you do that, then it's going to be a learning process. You have to learn how to do that. You'll have to learn exactly what those sprites are, how they interact with the animation, and we'll just leave it there. You will have to learn how to animate. I have a lot of creation videos on my channel showing the various step-by-steps of how I created several of my animations, or just the animation that I made for your camdog. If it still exists from Christmas, I think that may have been privated. Those animations could be seen by, or could be used to help understand the process. Like I have one for making Lightning a Pokemon transition, or just the stream that I used to make her raid animation, the original raid animation. That was an actual animation. This whole Azalea one, same thing. That was an animation. Or the one I did for Die Dev Die, that also was an animation. They're all different styles, but especially the one for Azalea, because that used various sprites and creations, that could show you a lot of the detailed process. It still took all day to do. It's a lot of work with something that you don't know how to do just yet. So you will have to learn. And what's more is because it takes so much time to do, Cam Dog, where's that time gonna come from? Like, you play your games, you do your streams. You're talking dozens and dozens of hours. Are you gonna stop streaming? You can cut back on sleep. These are the things you need to do, or decide. Like, I've killed my Mario Maker stream just to do this. But I digress. I've distracted myself from long enough. Welcome back. Where was I? Right, I was in this program here. So I was trying to create an NPC, sort of this character. Tall, which I can't do. Strong, which I can do in the model, but this is the chibi version of a model. I might be able to get away with this. Might. We'll see. Terry Pigtail falling over the shoulder of his soiled blue coat. So, how do I get a coat? Jacket. Okay. Okay. What is your question? Oh, no worries. A lot of my creation streams are usually to help others. Either help them understand or just chat, I guess. How do you get the motivation to make stuff? Or what's my process for making stuff? The motivation is just how badly I want to do it. Eventually I'll get bored enough so I'll do a lot of anything. It's basic human need. It is an actual... So when you say human needs, or when I say human needs, there's a couple that everyone knows. You need food. You need water. You need shelter. Okay? Those are basic needs. You need, like, food, water, heat, shelter. You need these things to even live. Okay? Those are the basic needs that everyone needs. Above that, though, once those needs are met, there are other needs that people have. Like the need to be social. To some extent. That varies from person to person, but everyone has a need to be social. Even antisocial people need something. We are social creatures, after all. One of those needs, one of those not so critical to survive needs, is the need to be productive. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're retired or if you're in school or if you're a streamer or if you're a factory worker. The need to be productive is huge for your mentality. Ask anyone who is bored for too long. If they get bored and they remain bored for weeks, they will start to get depressed. Actually, they'll probably have been depressed for a long time because that need of not being productive is not met. What's more is not only does that need to be productive is an actual thing, but that productivity needs to have some kind of result, some kind of meaningful impact.
whether on their life or the lives of others. And usually it's spurned on by, I need to do this, or a self-thought of, I need to do this, or, yo, I'm just so bored, I need to be doing something. Now, what that productivity could be could be anything. It could be streaming. It could be creating an animation. It could be creating an audiobook. It could be working at a job. It could be cleaning the house. It could be doing the garden. It could be something. Anything. So long as you're being productive to your eyes. Because you're the one who it matters most to. Now, as for why I do this, my social tendencies will tend to revolve around other people's satisfaction, other people's gratification. If they're happy, I'm happy. I don't necessarily care about my well-being terribly too much, but I've gotten better about caring about it. But other people being happy is where I actually care. This whole project is, again, for other people's benefits. Like, why make a public book of art or your own? Why make an audiobook or a visual novel or a game that you do not want money, or you do not want to generate money for? Like, you don't want to make money from it. You don't want to, like, give it to your grandkids or something. You're not sitting there and being like, oh, look, I made this. Why do it if not for someone else? So I do this for other people's benefit, which some do, some don't. I don't know. It's a little different, because the results, as any art goes, the results are not necessarily going to be seen in your lifetime. Or, like, when you make it, you might not see it. Here, why don't I just show you? Yeah? How about we go into my studio? And thank you. And we go into videos. Where's the big one? Here we go. This is the big one. Analytics. Since published. Since uploaded. This was in the premiere, 124. And throughout all of this, it's gotten more. Not many more, but it's there. People listen to it every now and then. Every now and then. That's not the only one. Like, some of these will get listened to later. Why someone listened to chapter 5 more than chapter 4 is beyond me. But I uploaded this one, for example. Since uploaded lifetime. Oh. See more here. Was this when I uploaded it? Yeah, 29 views on the first day. It got more views the next 2 days than it did the first day. The The first day it got the most, sure. But this was a work, an art of so to speak. And even now, it still gets a few. This is only the first chapter. So it's like these works, people listen to them. People read them after. And it's different. Do they listen to them all? No. Like how there are more people who watch chapter or listen to or watch chapter 30 as opposed to chapter 27 when they go in sequence is beyond me. And yet, you will see that this is exactly like, why make these things if not for others people's benefits? Why spend your time to make an art for your own benefit? Like, if you're going to spend hours and hours and hours making an oil painting, what are you going to do? Sell it? And then you're doing it for profit. Okay, you're doing it for profit. Good. You're going to hang it up in the house? Great. Why? Why spend all that time? Oh, for the satisfaction of having an oil painting I made myself and hanging it up in my own house. Okay. So vanity for your house. It's like, well, in case someone, there you go. In case someone comes and visits, they'll be like, ooh, wow, that looks cool. Yeah, I made that myself. Oh, you made that yourself? Yeah. It's for other people's benefit, not necessarily your own. So if you're doing it for profit, great. But that's the whole purpose of art, is for others' benefit. Something about my fingers clipping everything. Anyways, hope that answers your question. My motivating factor is A, I was bored. B, I want to do something that's going to have a lasting impact. Like, I'll always have Pinocchio. For whatever reason, I'll always have Pinocchio. Always, 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 always have Pinocchio. And some of them get more. Like, how does chapter 18 have 12, but chapter 12 has 4? How does that work out? It's whatever. Oh, it's whatever. So, you don't argue these numbers terribly too much. So, you do it for other people's benefit, not necessarily your own. And I've always been a do for others kind of person. So back to this. Tall, nut brown, muscular. I can't really do muscular. So he has a coat. He has a terry pigtail coming over his coat. So where do I have the pigtail? This. Some people are people pleasers, some people aren't. So part of how I work, Joey, is whenever I interact with someone, I gauge reactions. I gauge how they respond, if they're worth a darn. And I'll also see how they interact with other people. Like, I've seen some people who are just straight up manipulative. They will go to their audiences and say things like, oh, please don't break me. Please don't break me. Please don't break me. I don't want to be broken today. I don't want to be broken today. And they'll half mean it, but at the same time, trying to get people to donate to them so that they can make they can make a lot of money so that they could do like pay bills or whatever. I find it like kind of weak. I find that to be weak and kind of shallow. Like, you're streaming. Yes, I get it. You're streaming for an audience. You're streaming to try to make money, I guess. And yet you're telling your audience to just give it to you. They should want to do it. They should feel encouraged. I can't say that they're wrong. At the same time, I find that distasteful. I'll see someone go around and like donate hundreds of dollars to someone. Right? Wonderful. More power to you. Why? Oh, because I love them. Good. Like, I'll actually be able to see the in-depth reactions. Their reasons are their own. Who the hell am I to judge? I could only choose to either like or dislike based on what I see. And then I go and meet someone like Dan with a plan. And I see him being happy, spending time with people. Does he give money? Sure. Do I care? No. Do I judge for that? No. I notice that he spends time with others and is happy to be there. He's happy to see people come in and is genuinely like, yo, what's good? Happy to see you. Something like that. And it's a difference between happy to see you and I saw this with Little Tiger. Like, there are streamers who are genuinely happy to see you. Or are they genuinely happy to see that you are there, and so are the pockets you bring with you? Hello, Miss Alana. How are you? And Miss Alana can understand this next part. It's like talking about girls, okay? Yes, there are pretty girls, and there are prettier girls, okay? There are girls with chests and girls with more pronounced chests. There's more to a girl than a chest, though. And there are some people who will only care. Be like, ooh, you're a girl with a nice chest. Oh, yeah. Well, there's those kinds of people in the world. I personally value the thing that's upstairs a little bit more. So, and I would like to think people can respect that. Yet there are people who will just flat out tell me I'm wrong. That's the only thing that matters. So it's a catch-22. Can't please everyone. As far as people pleaser goes, I see that in people. I see what they care about based on how they interact with their audiences, based on how they interact with their friends. And I'll see it like, some of these people are worth a darn. Some of them are worth a lot more than a darn. Some of them are not worth talking to at all. So, like Die Dev Die, Dan with a Plan. Those two people are great people. Love them. They are very happy to be around. I don't give a darn that they give money. I give a darn that they actually care that the person exists. Like, there are people who used to be in my stream, like, all the time when I donated to them. There are people who thought of me as a fantastic, wonderful friend when I was in their streams. the moment I stopped being there, streams for, I don't know, a week, haven't been to a stream since. Or they haven't been to a single stream since. I kind of noticed that. I kind of noticed that this happened, then so this happened. Or I noticed that I stopped giving them money. They stopped even saying hello. Like, I guess I have my answer. I guess I have my answer. You only notice all these people. You don't even care about, like, you're talking to a person. You only care about the money. And that to be a little off. And I'll notice these things. Am I reading too much into it? Sure. Am I speaking about a lot of things I shouldn't be speaking about on stream? Sure. This is who I am. We were discussing basically interacting with other people, and I was answering Joey BGT's question about why I'm doing this project at all. What motivates me to do projects like this? When it's very clear I'm not the one who's benefiting, and I'm not making any money at all on this. And the answer is goodwill. I do this project to make other people smile, so that their lives are better. So that the people I notice, like Die, or Dan with a Plan, so that these people, or Lightning, people who just want to hang out, have fun with everyone indiscriminately, mostly indiscriminately, want that they know someone is glad that they exist. Not just glad, but glad enough that they exist to not just give them money, but to do something really nice. And that the same person did something that benefits everyone. It's just been like an inspiration for everyone else to possibly do it. Case in point, Sadie. You saw Sadie earlier. She's given thousands of people, or thousands of dollars, indiscriminately to people. Same with Little Tiger. Both of them. They didn't have to. They certainly didn't benefit from them. But they still did it. And I respect it. Was it me? No. Do I care? No. I just care that they cared. And I was heartbroken to see that both of them were just like kind of shafted. Like people looked at Sadie's money and said, "Thanks for the money. I'm not doing anything about what you said, but thanks." Or Little Tiger, who was completely heartbroken. And it was just like, that hurts. So I noticed this. So as far as this project, it's a pain. It is a royal pain in the butt. Alright. Now, continuing. How are you today, Alana? Did you have fun playing Jackbox yesterday? Can't do the saber cut or the broken nails, but blue coat. No, that's not quite right. Thanks. I do appreciate it. And yet, despite everything I said, don't think I'm the most amazing person in the world. I have my faults. I have my vanities. I have a lot of my prejudices built into my head. You guys have seen me just this stream. I criticize heavily and I'm probably way too harsh for my own good, and I'm not even right half the time. Like, a lot of mine are based on my own biases. Who's to say that what I say matters is what matters? So it's just like, ow. So, I need a vest. Jacket. Yeah, tabard is not the way to go. Heck is an Iverness cloak. Oh, it's one of you. Okay. You're doing good. Relaxing because yesterday was super draining from the... Ah, yeah, the heat's so stupid half the time. It's a frock coat. It's a navy frock coat. Well, actually, let's just go lavender so I can see it better. Oh, a frock coat is the one with the little tails, yeah? Okay, so... what about lavender? Oh, no. Okay, so you still got those. And you have the little plumage up here. Thanks, Joey. I do appreciate that. Alright, so this has the collar. Both this collar and this one. Yeah? So, what does... this? Oh, okay, so this has the button-down ones. Okay, and this doesn't necessarily have this collar. Alright, alright. So, Alana, let me ask you something. I'm gonna read a thing for you. I'm gonna take a screenshot. You don't necessarily know what I'm doing. So you'll be a good example. A good thing to tell me if what I'm doing is right. So first, let's go up this, yes? No. We're gonna keep that here. Alright, so... Alright, so now let's take this and shift-click this and shift-click this and change the color. Okay. Now, you not knowing is good. Alright. This green is clearly a background. Okay. Now, I also need shift, shift, shift,
shift, shift, shift, and select a color. Select a blue color. Cancel. Opacity. Too much. Too much. Oh, but maybe it needs to be a darker. That work? I think it will. So what if I do that? What if I do this? I like this song. I do. Now put it back to blue. Why? It'll do, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna say a thing, and you're gonna tell me if this looks kinda like what it is I'm describing. I remember him as if it were yesterday, as he came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him in a hand barrow, a tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulder of his soiled blue coat. His hands ragged and scarred, with black broken nails and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white. If I were to say that this person, if I were to use that description for this person to be seen from, I don't know, like this, would that be a kind of accurate description? Like, sort of being like, I can kind of see it. Would that be good for you? Or would that be an accurate thing of I can kind of see it. A few things are off, but yeah, I can kind of see it. Right. Now, is it completely accurate? No. This is what I was going for. This is does it look kinda like what it's supposed to? Yes? Okay, good enough. So that if I were to take a giant image of this character and shrink it down into this character, a giant image that's far more detailed, and then shrink it down into this. Kinda like, let's see. Mute. Like, watch this, okay? He's naming the character here. He's naming his rival. But this is, hold on. New game. Hello there. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Oak. Please call me the Pokemon Professor. This world is inhabited by creatures called Pokemon.
For some people, Pokemon are pets. Others use them for fights. Myself, I study Pokemon as a profession. First, what is your name? And you're naming your character. You're getting a connection with your character. And he's naming him Ren. Right, so your name is Ren. This is my grandson. He's been your rival since you were a baby. What was his name again? Gary. No, Blue. His name was Blue. That's right, I remember now. His name is Blue. Red, your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dreams and adventures with Pokemon awaits. Let's go. Now watch what happens to this character. Okay? Because this is what I was going for. Like, you see the character model that you've already connected with as you. Shrinks down, and you see that. You see a tiny little sprite, and you saw him shrink down, giving the player a sort of image that this person, that this tiny little sprite, was that giant picture. And what's more is you can see him walk around. You can see him interact. As the player is moving the character around, that tiny little chibi sprite is moving in the direction of the character, giving a player a further connection that that big sprite, which was them, is this person. And if he ever pauses, if he ever pauses, you might be able to see it. Picks a Charmander. Like, you still see these blown up images, these blown up sprites, as the character outside of those tiny little images. But those tiny little images, you have a direct connection to this big. Like, that big image that you see for the trainer that's with the backpack facing you, you have already connected with you. And yet, you still see that sprite. So it's like that connection is there for the player, which is what I'm sort of going for with this. It doesn't have to be exact, but I plan on having a giant model, so to speak, that's more detailed, that shows things like the scar on the cheek, the hair, or the hair on the arm, or the hair that stretches over to the down the coat, the soiled blue coat, which looks more soiled than what this shows. It has the black fingernails that you can see, and it has all of that, which then shrinks down into this and gives the player a the reader, listener, watcher, viewer, whatever. It lets them connect. Big model that describes that tall, strong. He's tall, so he's clearly like 6 foot, so, or 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", whatever. Like, way tall. And you'll see him in the video as something taller than what any of the other characters, sprites, or whatever look like. So he'll be tall, he'll be strong, so he'll be all muscular. He'll be fat too, so, well, he'll have a belly. I mean, how else do you say strong, heavy? How else do you call heavy? Like, that's a descriptive word that could mean a lot of different things. Like heavy as in, oh, he's a heavy man. Well, he could be like fat and muscular. He could be just sheer muscles, like lots of mass or whatever. Like thick legs, like bulging biceps and all that. All of that's still heavy. But when you start to use strong and heavy, that means that the heavy is not, if it was just heavy or just strong, you wouldn't need heavy. Heavy and strong means that heavy is coming from somewhere else where the other than the strong. So only really mean one thing. In 1700s, that really is only one thing. If you're strong and heavy, you are fat. You are fat with bulging biceps. That is what you are. So you'll see this image. A tall, strong, heavy, nut brown. So he's nut brown. Whatever the color brown is for nuts, that's the color that I gotta use. No discrimination, by the way. I don't care at all about skin tones or nationalities. I'm only trying to describe what's in the book as accurately as I can. Tarry pigtail falling over the shoulder of his soiled blue coat. So, and his hands ragged and scarred, so his hands are going to be kind of wrinkledish. Wrinkled, kind of like an old person's. So despite being heavy, he's going to have, like, kind of chilling hands, if I can. And he's going to have black fingernails, which are going to be kind of uneven. Yeah, how am I going to do that? I don't know. And he's going to have a saber cut across one cheek. Which cheek? It doesn't say. It just says one cheek. And it's going to be a dirty, livid white. However, I'm going to do that. And you're going to see this giant model that is going to come in whenever it speaks under any circumstances. Well, most circumstances. And you're also going to see him shrink down into a tiny sprite that's going to move across the screen or across whatever border, like this. Like, you're going to see that tiny little sprite move across like a field a bit more in depth than this, because, well, technology is a thing and I can do better than this. But you're still going to see him move around and interact with objects. So you're going to make that connection that this character is connected to, or this giant character, and this, that the character I described and this character, although I'm going to have a little more detail on this, just a little, are one and the same. Because this doesn't have to be absolutely accurate, I don't have to bang my head against a wall for this. So long as the listener can make a connection that this person here is the person I described, whenever they're speaking, whenever they're walking, whenever they're standing around, whatever, they'll see this person, which will look at least a little different from everyone else. And the player, I keep thinking this is a game. The listener, the viewer, the watcher will be able to make that mental connection that the two are one and the same thing. And it helps them visualize various things. So whenever they see this character, they'll think the bigger image, or they'll think the one that I'm describing in detail. And it helps with the visualization. It helps with the connection. It helps with bonding the viewer to the story. And that's what I'm going for. I don't have to have this perfect because I don't have the tools or the time. I'm already going to be spending hundreds of hours on this. You want me to spend more just to get fine details like, oh, hey, soiled brown, or soiled shirt. Okay. 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 Sure, that looks more soiled. Sure, it will look better, but I'm gonna have to do this for each and every single time. Granted, I'm gonna be honest, this looks a little bit better, because it looks more dirty, ragged. At the same time, look where I got this. Look how many times I'm gonna have to do this. Like, when you start adding minor details to a sprite sheet like this, you are already going to get, oh my god, why? Like, why? Why? Why are you torturing yourself? Why? Why are you torturing yourself? So, it's... But where are those other ones coming from? Like... That's a slash. Oh, it hasn't built... Oh, that sucks. So it hasn't actually built most of the animation, most of the coats and stuff onto this. Well, that really sucks. Wow. I wonder if refreshing this will actually help. No, it doesn't. Well, that sucks. It appears that I might be limited in what I can do. I might actually have to build some of these sprites, but I'm utilizing this for a time-saving thing. Oh no, it's not that it's working, it's that the loading isn't working. Like, I have these details here, like the coat, the shirt, the pants, none of them are on the character on these lower ones. Where's run? See, running is here. It's not there. Which means they didn't build it. So I wonder if it's... Yeah. It's just not built into the animation. So I guess I'll be limited in what sprites I can use, which are plenty, keeping in mind. Like, I can't really necessarily... I have this on its own, which is... walking backwards, walking to the left, walking to the right, which strangely enough is not a mirrored image, and walking straight forward. Like, I have a lot to work with. I even have sort of dying, which I could use to simulate, like I could use this one right here as I'm sitting down, so to speak. I don't necessarily need... Where is this. I mean, yes, this would be nice. I don't necessarily need that. Part of creation, as anyone who's played Mario Maker will tell you, limitation is not necessarily a bad thing. You work with what you got. And it's either I build all of these ones, or I build the ones that I need. Like, would I like running? Sure. Do I need it? No. I can use the walking animation and just speed it up. Or either hasten the frames. So instead of one picture every 1.15 seconds, I can make it one picture every 0.7 seconds. And instead of moving it at 3 inches every second, or every 2 seconds, I can make it move 3 inches every 1 second, which is now double the speed, and the running animation is twice as fast. So it'll appear that he's running instead of walking. And all of that I can use instead of using this set. So again, do I need it? No. There are other things I can use. I can also add various props on my own. Like I can use a sword. Although I would like to see what else I can use for tools. Yeah, he's got a sword in some of these, and he's got a not sword in others. Except with this, now he's walking with it. Oh, maybe. Yeah, he's walking with the sword in hand. That's not necessarily a good thing for me. Tools. Where is that rod? Oh, you just flat out added the rod, huh? Okay. Okay, so, where are these sprites coming from? Why do I not see them? Can you sit? I see sit. I don't necessarily see that. So is this a limitation? Are you just not loading it? Or are you... Oh, okay, I see. So it doesn't have images for it. Huh. Okay, I see where I messed up. Yeah, that looks way too, how does I say, good? That makes sense. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm understanding why. Alright, so the problem this is facing isn't so much that these ones have... Okay, so it's exactly what I said. These animations don't have this hair. Not at all. So I gotta use the hair, and it's not here because these animations aren't supporting this hairstyle, which means they were never loaded. But again, I work with what I have. And while I'm sitting here, I can adjust the jacket. But you start to see what I'm going with. This is only one thing. All of this was a tangent based on what I was talking about for this plan. So this was the sprite. Now, I'm going to take this image, CV. Let's scale this up. 240, 480, 960. I think my music died. No, but it's about to. New music. No. New music. Alright. See? Alright, so this one's a bigger image. Do you see something wrong? I see a lack of a background. So I don't know what to do about it. So we're gonna make a new image, and we're gonna put in a, what? 1920 by 1080. We're gonna take this, C, B, no. I'm gonna shrink this down to 480. V. Okay. I don't have a background. This is one of the problems I'm going to have with my, and I even have it listed in the description. I'm actually reading off the description. Is I've not figured out what to do for backgrounds. So, as the scene comes in, here, let me show you another idea. How about close that. This is muted. Now, do you see this? Okay. How you see this character is here. Now, granted, it's going to be a sort of similar thing. You see the character. He's here. He's sweating or whatever. I could simulate that or create various things to help simulate that. But do you see what else? I see a plant in the background. I see a portrait. I see a couch. I see what I think is an ashtray. Door, guards, all this stuff. I see it all. And as you watch, like, you see him blinking. I could do that. Like, his eyes being starring and watering. They're simulating the emotions and effects that the character is showing throughout the what he's saying. However, I can also simulate that through, say, I can simulate that through the use of the VTuber tracking mode, face tracking, and hand motions. Like, I can simulate all of that. What I don't have, though, like, you see him doing all of these things. You're not paying attention to the background. Not at all. You're paying attention to what he's saying. You're paying attention to what you're thinking. You're paying attention to what he's doing. You don't care two licks about the guards or the couch. Like, you pay attention to the judge. You notice these background elements for all but 2 seconds, and then you tune them out. You're paying attention to the fact that his lips are moving. You're paying attention to the fact that he's sweating. You're paying attention to what's being said. You don't care at all about the background. Not at all. And yet... And yet... And yet... That looks bad. That looks dumb. That looks so dumb. What if I were to do something like, I don't know, go back here, load this. If you're a theorist, if you're a theorist and you're trying to find the lore in the background, then you are paying attention to the background and you will look for details in the background. But at the same time, you have the theorist who is trying to find the lore in the background is actually, they actually has a reason to look at the background. They're trying to analyze. They're trying to find the hidden clues. They're trying to be like, what's that? What's that? What's that? And they'll either look for the clue, find the clue, or look for the clue and dismiss it. But they'll look at the background and dismiss those elements one by one, or accept them and sort of tune them out. But they have a specific reason for looking at it. Most players, most readers, most people, like when you go to watch a movie or a video, under any circumstances, here, hold on. How about this? We both know this guy. Dan with a plan. We're gonna look at him. Not Dan Plan. Is it all one word? It might be. Alright. See ya, Lana. Bye. Alright. So first thing you notice, this is a short stream, so you see the white on either side. You see the black, you see the light, you see all these things, and it's starting soon. There's not much else happening here. Yeah, the light's fading in and out, but it's just like, okay, starting soon. Yeah, okay, I might as well get food, because nothing's happening here. You've already tuned this out. Within a few seconds, I spent more time describing it than everyone else has watching it. Then there was like 5 people for this? All 5 people, hello Carter. Then all 5 people who were here, they tuned it out. Just like that. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying this is what a background element is. When you have a very simple message and a background element, people will read it, get the message, tune it out immediately. This was going on for what, 2 minutes? Same thing? Hey, I see you, Joey. Like most people have tuned this out a lot. That's how those things happen. Now, this being a short stream, same thing. Let's scroll in just a little bit more, yeah? All right. So what do I see? I see this game sitting here in the center. I see a blown up version of the game. So I see it here. And then I see a much bigger version outside of it. Now you also can't see it, but the image for the game, that blown up version, is actually stretching out to about here. Like all throughout this entire border, it's being stretched out completely. Like it would be seen normally on a normal widescreen. But it's not the focus. It is background. You don't care. Like you're not paying attention to any of that. Some people will notice the sub count, especially when it changes, but you've tuned it out. Creator code, download the plan. It's there for those who needed it, but again, anyone watching this, you're not paying attention to it. Even Dan, you see him moving, but unless he's actually speaking to you, you're not paying attention to that. He himself is a background element. He's there for those, or that image is there for those who actually care, which are going to be only a very few. Everyone else is only going to be interested in this one box right here. They're not interested in anything in here because it's almost pure background element. They may be interested in this, but again, it takes away from the gameplay, which is everything about this stream. So most everyone is going to tune out this. And that's part of what background elements are. Background elements are elements that help accent the gameplay. Otherwise, you have... Where is it? How about I load a project? How about I show you something? Uh-oh, right. How about I show you... where's a good example? Not this. So we'll make this, change this, boom, boom, copy, paste, no, copy, paste, throw this underneath, connect there, click this, get my measurements correct. Okay. Welcome back, Cam. All right. So this is sort of the same setup, okay? Now, naturally, you see the entire game because this is a, in the editor, you see everything. And you see it moving along. Okay? That's fine. In the export, it's already clipped out, so you only see what's here. Like, you should see that. Like, you've already tuned out this. You've tuned out the level code. You've tuned out the Mario Maker 2. You've tuned out my profile. Tuned out the top. You've tuned out this bottom. You've tuned out all of it. Okay? And yet, look what happens when you don't have it. Do you see how that background is now just pure black? It changes. Your attention is more focused, now much more focused on the center. And yet, this is a short. Okay. It would be actually easier if I did this. Where is my grouping? Let's ungroup this. Let's change this to magenta. Okay. So I'll put this back and you see it like this. Okay. You see the game, you hear the game, but you don't care at all about this top part. And you care about these bottom elements for all but 1 second. Like, even as a theorist, you're only looking for whatever. As a theorist, though, you're using this background element to help say, yes, this actually happened because I'm seeing it twice. That's a thing. Look what happens when I remove it. When I remove that background element. You now see the difference. Now the pink is only there because to show that it's different than the other parts, because my format or my video encoder format can only show certain things, if that makes sense. And where it doesn't show things, it shows black. So in this case, it's showing the sides, which would be a normal short. They don't exist at all. So all you would see is the pink, the background elements, and that video. But you suddenly see why the that background element is so important. Because without it, it looks bad. It just flat out looks bad. So it's literally a maintenance factor. Now, I could just close all of this. Actually, let's just close all of it because I don't need any of this. Let's go back to here and I'll show you a different example. Again, now I'm not saying I like or do not like Dan with a Plan. He's great. Carter, hello. Don't think I didn't notice you. Hi, how are you doing? I'm saying, watching the video, what are you paying attention to? As a third person, are you paying attention to his face at all, even when he moves? So that when he moves, it catches your attention. Are you paying attention to his face much? Not really. Maybe if he moves, maybe if he starts doing like all of these numbers, you're not paying, or you might pay attention to him a little bit more. That's not the focus of any of this. Like it is right now, because you only see the final end. This final screen suddenly became something not important to you, so you're paying attention to other things in the background. Otherwise, like even now, you're still not necessarily paying attention to this, so you'll pay attention more to the next thing. But his face is sort of secondary. Not necessarily background, but not the main focus, which is okay. This is part of what streaming is. So when you come back to this, you see character. This green looks ugly. Not because I think it's ugly, but because, well, it don't work so well. So how about Phoenix Wright Courtroom Judge Stand? Let's not use this. How about take this and we copy this. All right, so now we can take this, the original image, paste it into the background and scale it up as it needs to be scaled. Okay. So now I can take this, put this onto a new layer. Now it looks sort of better, but it still looks out of place. Alright. Now I'll copy this, I'll paste this to a new layer. I'll take this and I'll make it larger because I can make it larger. And I'll lower it so it's about here. See? See? It now if I take this image, shorten it down just a little bit. Move this down just a little bit more. Suddenly, even though the image doesn't necessarily matter terribly too much, this now has like a much stronger or far stronger feel. Okay. For for animation, scene creation, all this sort of stuff, this background element makes so much better sense than this. Like this is just okay, what? Most people are just be like, ew. Oh, hello. Is he a judge? Is he on the stand? What is going on here? Hey, yo. It's like suddenly this is now a very real thing. It looks decent. The background changes the elements. The problem is, another problem though, is background. Okay? This is an image. I don't necessarily have images like this existing. So how on earth am I gonna make this? Like, I am not an artist. Part of my problem with this entire project is going to be me making these arts, which are gonna be a pain in the butt. Welcome back, Cam Dog. I need to pee. I'll be back. It's only take a minute or two. I need to pee. I also need to turn on my AC. You know, you probably hear that on TV, don't you? Let's see. Oh, no. It's not so much an idea of the background so it can be explained. Can you hear the AC? Only when I'm speaking, it looks like. Alright. So it's not so much the background that it can be explained. I'm doing this so wrong. Why don't I close that window? Close that window. Load this up. Alright. Let me find. I take up the pen, year of grace, 17 blank blank, or 1700-ish, and go back to the time when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn, and the brown old seaman with the saber cut first took up lodging under our roof. I remember him looking round the cove, whistling to himself as he did so, and then breaking out in that old sea song he sang so often afterwards, in the high, old, tottering voice that seemed to have been tuned and broken at the capstan bars. Then he rapped on the door with a bit of a stick like a handspike. In this, I would just use a sound effect, like a knock knock, like a... If you can hear this, something like that, I would use that kind of knocking along with like a sort of like it looks, people might have this knocking, no. Strike. No. Attack? No, that's lightning. No, those are swords. Sort of like this. Yeah, like that. You see this gray, or this, pale yellow-ish thing that's here? Yeah? Here, let's see if I can do it. Knock, 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 knock. You see? It'd be something like that. Right. And the sound effect would be timed to that effect, and it would say, then he rapped on the door with the bit of stick like a handspike that he carried. And he rapped on the door, so it'd be knock, knock, or strike, strike with that animation effect just there in the screen. However, I'm describing an inn, like a tavern, a bed and breakfast, a really, really old bed and breakfast with a scene like a bar, or one of those old school, it'd be modern day for that era, with some stools that people could sit in, a countertop, and like kind of various tables that are closer to you and bigger because you have the vantage point of looking at the bar. So these tables are going to be like right here to you, and the bar is going to be right here with the bar stools sitting here, and kind of the shelf sort of type, but it's going to look real old school, and it's going to have cabinets along the sides or whatever. Like, that's going to be a scene. That's going to be a background. I don't necessarily need people to move around in it. Um, like here. Not this, because this looks way too modern. But if I had something like this, and I created a something like this. And we put this on a new layer. We erase most of it. And I sit here and I take a black. No, I take a gold. Or bright red. Yeah, bright red. That'll work. Make it opaque. No. Select the transparency invert so I get everything literally everything that's not transparent. Take the pencil. Take the pencil. Take the pencil. No. Okay, I see my problem now. Well, Gimp has a thing where it doesn't like necessarily selecting the tool you want when you want it, if that makes sense. Okay, so we have this. Now I can take the transparency and the red, invert, so I get literally everything that's not. Actually, we can just duplicate this layer. And select literally everything that is... No. Select the red. Invert so we get literally everything that's not red. And... increase my size. Delete it all. So now only that red border on the lower layer exists. Now, if I take black, shorten down the sides, no, select transparency, invert so I get everything that's not transparent, take my black, Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Okay, I see what I did. So take that transparency and that transparency, invert so I get everything that's not. Now I take my black. Oh, I see. Now, granted, this is going to look a lot cleaner later. And we can move this up. Alright, so I see this. And I can now merge this down so that they're one and the same. I can move this. No, I said move. Thank you. No. I can move this around so it's there. Remember this guy. Take him as he is, move him back here, bring him down. And I can move him there. You see? Suddenly it looks kind of like a grid. What if I were to put in Final Fantasy 6 Bright all Final Fantasy 6. Final Fantasy 6 is absolutely great for 2D sprites. I cannot give this game enough props for any 2D sprite work. When you start getting 3D sprites, it starts getting real complicated. But the 3D sprite moving on a 2D scale is still different. Now, what? Those are maps. Do I have tile sets? Do. Okay. So, copy the image. Control-Shift-V. So these are tile sets. They exist for, you know, the purpose of accenting the game. So we'll take this pot and put it... Oh, that's too small. Crappy little... Oh, no. Do I have the other tables? Maybe.
Because here's half of the table. Where's the other half? Do I have the other half of the table somewhere? Probably not. I don't think I do. Which sucks, but it's okay. Like, I'm only using this as a demonstration. Do I have a chair? Table flipped one too many times and broke it. Oh, okay, so those. Alright, so we get this. Put this here. Put this to a new layer. We take the other thing that I saw, which should be up here, I want to say. No. We paste it so that it's here. It merges. Okay. Now we scale this up. We flip this. We anchor it. Now, do you see? Like, you see the bar seam. Now, what if I were to move... Not necessarily that green. What if I were to change that so that it's more... and I were to delete or erase most of it. Not quite that much. Suddenly it looks a little different, don't you think? Like you have... It looks a little off, I guess. And I'd have to clean this up. But you see this? It's like... The background doesn't necessarily work with this. There is no background. Otherwise... look like this. Which
which is different. I mean, that sort of works. That sort of works better. But at the same time, it's missing something. Oh, I erased that. Why is it giving me white? Am I erasing? Oh, it's erasing. Oh, it's erasing to... It's erasing to the background. Oh, okay. That only looks so okay. Different. And it's like, actually, that one doesn't look half bad. That really does not look half bad. Let's do it this way. Let's increase this. Okay. So, welcome to the Admiral Benbow Inn. Here, the most famous bar in the world, an old 17th century, well-stocked bar with some of the most finest liquors and alcohols that man could ever find. A lone man walks in. It is a quiet night this Sunday. A lone man walks into the room, thirsty for something more than just drink. As he walks in, he notices that the tables are empty. As he walks in, he notices that the 2 tables in the room are empty. Why does a world-famous bar only have 2 tables? And you see how it faded in? I actually like that. That kind of fits. Like, you see the background, and then you see this sort of fade in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's totally going to be subtitles. There's going to be subtitles and large animations on top of that, onto the side, much like what they did in Phoenix Wright, sort of like a visual novel. These chibi sprites here are going to help simulate. Excuse me. Are going to help stimulate the entire scene so that it looks more animated, more pronounced than it otherwise would be, if that makes sense. So this small, the things that are inside the red box, the chibi character, the tables, the pots, whatever, all of that's supposed to give you a semblance of what's going on. Not necessarily like a true description of everything. But, like, I mentioned the 2 tables. You see the 2 tables. You see that there is no one sitting at the 2 tables. Okay, I get that. Like, you understand and see that. Now, on top of that, you're going to see the text box on the bottom. You're also going to see the various people speaking, who, like this guy is the captain. He's going to have a actual 3D model that speaks, and the mouth is going to move along with him, so it's going to be something like what I'm saying right now. I'm speaking, I'm moving my hand, and he'll be moving his hand and speaking along with him while tilting his head along with all of it. So it's strange to say, but it's going to work much like a visual novel. So you'll see the elements of the story in this box, so to speak, and then you'll see the visual elements on top, or the big elements, the characters themselves, like you know, I'm sure Google has an image. Sure, Google has an image. The captain from... No! If I could find a bigger version of that, that'd be great. Why is he white? He's supposed to be nut brown, not white. There you go. Whatever. Imagine this guy to be brown. I said, box, please. Thank you. Saw chat move a little. Okay. That's too big. That'll work. Where's Ariel? Ariel, right here. That is way too large. How about 30? Oh, okay. Oh, 30's too big, huh? 20? The captain walks into the room. The captain walks into the bar. He notices the place is empty. He notices the place is empty. And as he walks into the bar, as I'm describing the bar, you'll see these various elements appear one by one. And then the captain will walk in. You'll see him sort of walk in. Like, this scene will be here. It won't just all fade in with him. he'll walk in. He'll walk in, and then he'll say, that'll fade in. It's like, dang it, Bobby, this place is empty. Where are all the people? I want beer! And it's like, I'm not doing it justice. It's going to look a lot better because I can only do so much with PNGs. I need my editor to actually make them pop, if that makes sense. That's how animation works. That is how the animation, or that is how the basis of all animation works. These things will come in one by one or multiple times at multiple times, whatever. And the various characters will interact with them as needed. Like if I said there was a person who would knock over a chair. Like in his excitement, he got up from the table and knocked over his chair. I would show him jump up a little bit, and then the chair just get knocked back. So let's see, how far will this let me go? How far will this let me go? He was sitting in the chair. Granted, it'll look different, and it'll be a more animated. Whoa. Okay. Didn't realize I had two. That works. He's sitting at the chair. You see the chair. And there's the table. He's sitting there. He's finishing his drink. As he gets excited, the door slams open. The captain, startled, jumps out of his chair, knocking it over. And you'll see him boing, jump out of his chair, and the chair itself goes from what it was to it'll be standing there and then suddenly get knocked over while the captain springs up and stands. It helps give the it helps understand, or it will help the people understand. Do I think I should make storyboards for the scenes? Why not? If I have the resources to, why the heck not? It helps people understand and connect with the story a little bit better, more than just a visual. Because the problem I'm going to run into, the 3D models I want to use, that I'm going to be making, are going to be so detailed. Or not so detailed. They're going to be, they need a lot of work to make it look like the characters that they represent. Now, the problem with that is I'm limited. I'm heavily limited in how much I can animate them. And to help offset that, I can create chibi versions so that those characters can walk around. If that makes sense. I honestly don't see a reason not to. It's downscaling everything, but at the same time, I don't have the assets to make this pan into a movie. If that makes sense. Or do I? Let's see. Let's go into my video editor again. It helps make a connection, which I only have so much of. The more the people can envision what's happening, and that's the whole point of grabbing their attention. Sound effects, a few animations, a few connections. Like if they see, if they can if I say the captain leapt out of his chair, or startled, the captain leapt from the table, or the captain jumped out of the chair, landed on his feet with his sword drawn. And the chair, startled, the captain leapt out of the chair, or startled from the sound of the door, or startled by the sudden entrance, the captain leapt out of his chair, knocking it to the ground and drawing his sword. Immediately drawing his sword. I could say that. You can envision it. But if you can see it in the scene, however it's shown, or if you can actually see it, it helps you build a connection that this is indeed what's happening. Your mind, you seeing it, your eyes give you information. Your mind and your ears fill in the blanks of what you're not seeing, connecting it to the overall image. That's what this is supposed to do. In addition with the sound. So, not hearing, like there you didn't hear the sound, but if you heard like the sound like someone jumping up, or someone jumping out of their chair and the chair going to the ground, it would help you understand that this actually happened. So some sound effects and some musics are needed to help set mood, help understand. It essentially, I keep saying that a lot. The sound effects are needed to help you understand and appreciate. Not understand, but help you appreciate what's happening. If you hear, like, for example, just listen to the background of my microphone for a sec, all right? I'm going to do that knocking animation, all right? Someone came at my door and knocked on my door trying to get my attention while I was doing my stream or my animation. It sounded something like a soft knocking, so I only barely heard it. You know, something like this. Okay? You might be able to hear this. I certainly could only just barely hear it, but you might be able to hear it better. They stopped after a moment. Then they resumed, but this time with far more emphasis and urgency. With much more urgency. Demanding that I got up from my chair and addressed them. It sounded like... sounded louder. That sounded louder and faster, more urgent. Like that kind of knocking demanded much more of my attention. And you could hear it because I was actually speaking those same words. Now, in the animation, that knocking sound effect that I told you about, you would hear that. Or you would see that knocking sound effect onto the side, in tune with the knocks. So, that's what that whole mini animation is for, is to help emphasize or help facilitate what's going on so you have an image as to what actually is happening. Now, I'm remembering something I did for one of my other animations. I'm going to see if I can't do it again. So what if I took this image, I blew it up, I put it here. What if video effects, oh, what exactly am I seeing? Oh, it's split. Is that the one I want though? 360 to 2D? I think this is what I want. 360 to 2D, not 3D to 2D. 360. Same as the scene has. What if you were 40? Okay. And you were 0? Okay. So, what if I changed you to 1? What if I changed you to 180? What would that do? Ah, it changes around. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Forgot that this did that. So you see the bar, and you see it turning around. Room be spinning. Although, I can't exceed 180. I absolutely can't exceed 180. Can I? Because those are the shelves, I want to say. Yeah. So what if I'd stopped at 120? What if I stopped at 100? 70? Oh, 80? Yeah, that's about 80. So is what, negative 80? Which should be what? Uh, 360, so 280? Oh, yeah,
You see how, like, that wall... Oh, those... Aha, aha. Those are the bars. Okay, those are the stools. Okay. I understand. So this is... different. Aha. 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 Okay. Yeah, the point is on the floor. This would be a nice trick if I could just get it to work right. Hey, what are you? Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, that sucks. Okay, so it is the 360 to 2D. I'm saying that point is on the floor. I think this is what I wanted, wasn't it? Yeah, I think this do be kind of what I wanted. Ish. Granted, if it's slower. So, how about I just did 0 to 20? Or whatever. Wait, does it have to be 80? Did I use 360? Would that actually work? Oh, it doesn't like that line, I think. Or does it? Yeah, this is sort of what I did for one of my other animations. And this could help with, you know, seeing things. Although that could get very distracting. Something to think about. But again, that's way, way, way too much. If it were, oh, say, 120 to 40, though. You'd barely even notice. Whoa! Oh. Okay. So it does sort of have to be there. And I'm only given a 90 or 120. And yet, like, I could see this scene here, just this, and think I'm sort of at a bar, and only see it sort of move in. Like, that would actually be okay. A slow moving background would be a different touch. But again, it would have to be, folded into the scene. I'm not sure that that necessarily has a place for what I need it to be. It could. I don't know. It's something to think about. Anyways. Back to what I was doing. I've spent so much time on this and not a single bit actually doing work. I've done only describings. There you go, me. Okay. So, back to what started this whole tangent. Backgrounds. The thing about backgrounds is they require art. I don't have the skills. I don't have the skills to make and draw a scene like this. I don't. This is more of an explanation of everything that I'm doing and what I need to do than actual work. I haven't even started. Like, this is just more or less an explanation. I'm realizing I've spent hours explaining it and troubleshooting a few things. Anyways, this is the background. I've already discussed that other one. I may have to collect some 3D-ish images from various video games to fill in for the background, which were these things. I may have to actually do that, which is fine. If I have to, I have to. I will. Yeah, 5 hours left. BSDC, that's another resource. That's, again, the resource I've been showing off this whole time. So, those are the resources I'll be using. Okay. Here's what I am going to do. Starting not today, because I've already wasted all too much time. I'd rather leave this as an explanation of what I need to do, because that actually sounds like a good idea. We'll be wrapping up stream soon if that's the case. Maybe I'll play some Mario Maker. Maybe. That actually sounds like a good idea. I kind of want to play Mario Maker. So I need to read the story and understand the story. I cannot create a model or a character model. I cannot create character models based on things I don't know. So I need to understand exactly what it is I am creating a character for. So chapter by chapter, I will need to read the chapter and then create each model as the chapter requires. Some characters, like the father that's shown in, or that's depicted, will not have a model, because creating the idea of spending hours, if not days, making a character model for a person that has almost no lines at all and has no true impact on the game, or on the the story, other than reference. It's like, meh. I'd rather not. That sounds like a waste of time for a minor character. Once the story is understood, I need to create 3D models using this program. Using this program to simulate the various characters of the stories, the major ones. These models will need to look enough so that the reader and or listener gets an idea that the character speaking
is this actual, that the character moving is the same one that's doing the talking, if that makes sense. Step 3, once these characters are made, create various chibi sprites based on the models. Yay. So more work. Yay. More work. 4. Create the scenes for the chibi sprites to interact with or animate. It sounds easy. It's gonna take forever. That is that's sort of this grid with the various imports of the 3D sprites. Yeah, I'll be ending here real soon. The scenes will need to be tailored to the book, so it'll give the viewer or listener a far better description of the events detailed in the novel. And I'll get a feel. I'll be constantly checking. Does this make sense? Does this feel like the story? Etc., etc. Does it feel out of place? I may just scrap this chibi model bit. Gather assets needed to be inserted into the playing field. Again, I might scrap that. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I might just go with the models and sound effects instead, and a few various animations rather than this whole part, because this whole part seems a little out of place, so I might scrap that. Use Audacity to record the voices needed for the novel, and then again to edit them. That's important. That's huge. 5.1. If the voice actors are selected by this time, they can automatically skip to this step and record it on their own time. I imagine this is going to take several takes to get the inflections of the voices correct. Because, well, let's just say, if I'm giving a voice that's supposed to sound excited and super happy and cheerful for doing this kind of project, I don't want it to sound like what I am talking right now. I need it to sound something like this, because I sound way more excited for this project now with this voice, you know, rather than this voice that sounds very unenthused about literally everything, you know. So some retakes will be needed. Once the voice acted lines are done, using the VTubing software with hand motion tracking to animate larger models with expressions to help give a larger image to the story. This will be recorded via OBS, then green screened out, then placed into a video editor for narrative purposes. After that, I'm going to find backgrounds. Yay for backgrounds. That's going to be fun to do. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean, yeah. Various backgrounds. You know, the more I think about it, the more I really want to just kill that and use the voice acting images with the with like the captain appearing here with the text box speaking, and the captain can actually be moving. We have much more of a visual novel, but I honestly think that would actually work better. Place the text, step 8. Place the text for both the voice and narrative, which would be like, or the voice would be something like, I remember him as if it were yesterday. This would not have any images to speak. This would just be the narrative. As he came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him in a hand barrel, a tall, strong, heavy, nut brown man. And you would start to see him slowly fade in as I'm describing this. His terry pigtail falling over his shoulder of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred, black with broken nails, and a saber cut across one cheek. A dirty, livid white. And I would be speaking this, and he'd fade in, but he would not be speaking this. He'd just sort of fade in. So you would kind of get a descriptive, see what I'm describing, what the narrator is describing. I remember him looking around the cove and whistling to himself as he did so, and then breaking out in that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards. And at this point, he would become animated and he'd say, 10 men on the dance man's chest, yo ho ho, and a bottle of rum. And you'd actually see him say that as he would light up, because he would actually be the one speaking, so he'd be lit up, kind of like what a visual novel would. And then after he'd speak and the voice line came, he'd fade out, or fade a little bit darker, and then I would continue in that high, old, tottering voice that seemed to have been tuned and broken at the capstan bars. And you would hear all of that, or be able to read all of that in the text box, along with him speaking and animating all of it. The more I think about that, the more I really, really like doing that. And that's going to help take back a lot of the animation. So all I have to do is create the models for them to be animated. Step 9. Finally, all of it will be layered on top of themselves in VSTC, my video editor, so as to create a working video. And hoping my video editor does crash. 10, which is the final part. After everything is done and proofed as it's needed to be, so I have a working project, the final result, all credits will be given as needed. That's my project. And that's what I'm going to start working on tomorrow. Right now, we're going to end. We're just going to flat out end. If I have someone I really, really, really feel like rating, you could rate them. Not. Probably not. Who to rate? I haven't rated this person in a while. We'll go rate them. They don't have anyone. They're playing Ocarina of Time. We're gonna go save. So we're gonna rage. Say hello. You don't have to stick around if you don't want. He's playing an Ocarina of Time randomizer. Yeah, we're gonna raid. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea of this stream just describing what I needed to do and realizing that I'm just gonna can the chibi sprite piece. Because while I like the idea of that, the more I think about it, the more out of place it seems for what I'm trying to do. Like, it really seems out of place. I like the idea of the big sprite turning into the smaller sprite, but it just seems so out of place. So that's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna explain the basics, and the next time I stream for this particular project, I'm gonna go straight into making the model for the captain, which is the nut brown man that's being described. That character will need a model because he's actually in multiple chapters and a very significant role in the story, or at least the beginning of it. I don't know quite what happens later. I do know that I've seen enough of him to know that he needs a model. So I'm going to be making one. And also, as a note for this project, I have no idea how to create VTube models. So I'm going to be learning that. I know that I don't want to mess with Blender. I mean, I will if I absolutely have to, but I'd really rather not. So, I'd rather not. So we're going to end and I'm going to probably start up a Mario Maker stream here soon-ish. And next time I do this particular project, I'm gonna get straight into making that model. And then one after another until I get all the models I need for chapter 1 done. One of the main characters for a good bit, yes. After that, it's gonna be... he might just fade away and never get used again. I don't know. But the characters will need to look enough like them. And I think I know how to make the visual novel element pop out more, because I've seen certain elements in games that'll work quite well with what I need to do. So I'll leave it a surprise until I actually start creating it. Maybe. I only remember, I only know so little of Treasure Island. So, and I might not use this scene. Like, this scene seems like a bar, but it also seems out of place. So again, background. They're going to be a pain in the butt for me to do. But I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. With that, let's end stream. Turn her red. Night on. I'll see y'all over there. This is chat. There is link. I'll see you later. Good night, everyone.